So good to be on the other side of the panic for once, you know? Nasıl gidiyor?
İyi.
Senin gibi seviyor. Uğraşıyor gibiydi.
Evet, ama şimdi hazır. Yani sefer getiririz. Mesela dün akşam şeyi
Murat'la evet. Geliyor mu?
Montreal'den misafiri geliyormuş. Yetişebilirse beraber gelecek.
Alright, nice. Güzel. Ya abi bir şey sıkmadan duramıyorum biliyor musun ya? Olmuyor benim. Bayağı güzel bir her şey ya. Başlar bayağı sağlıklı.
Bu halıyı rağmen yolları güzel göstermek.
Abi bir yoktu bir Irak halısı ortaya serelim.
Güzel kat
Şey yazmayı gelsin var mı?
Yok
Güzel.
onu bak bugün yaptım. O manifesto hakkında yorumlarını merak
Ya manifest, ya bütün Türkler olarak bir manifestomuz
Zorunlu bizim konumuz.
olmazsa olmaz abi. Tatlı. Hepinizin projelerinin estetiği birbirine benziyor bir de.
Evet. Hep beraber buluşalım şeyler.
Aynı insan. Çok güzel bence tatlı.
Inshallah, we will take some ways.
I need mark. Where I can make a mark.
And then pass it back.
Yeah, I know.
And our
Oh my god. Mama, I'm joining you. I don't think I need that.
Where does my...
Yeah.
yeah, so
Thanks, guys.
I mean, you guys are your mindset.
Also, what's this table is like...
I know.
Okay, let's move this along.
Shall we just use these two as a guide?
Yes, but let's fix this table first because I don't know if you saw the legs. 1 second. Let me just tilt this.
Okay.
I love the shelf so much. Where's
That's weird. You just take it out.
It's just fucked up.
I know
Yeah.
it's in there.
So, like, just no
I love the openness of it, but I think we have to move the table.
Yeah.
Because
Do you want to bring chairs in?
yeah, the thing all the chairs are like yeah, because it's 55 cents. So.
It will hold up.
Yeah.
should we maybe like this, these two, like move these two together and just make the table piece of that? We were thinking like one long table or something. Are we doing you?
I mean, how many people are coming?
We don't know though. Like, I would say at least like 20.
Yeah.
15, 20. 15, 20.
Or you already got just
I mean, it would be nice to get as many people as close as possible. So, unless someone is gonna present in the middle, so maybe not a you, but maybe
Yeah.
mine or
Let's
something.
just try
presenting in the middle.
Yeah. And honestly, I think we're probably gonna move around. Like, as we present, because people are presenting in front of their tables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just move everything in the middle as we can, and fold up extra stuff.
Yeah. That's fine. No,
Okay.
put that on the table or that one.
Okay.
How are we gonna buy like?
It's a word. It's
Grab it on the
should
middle.
it be like that?
Let's just make like one big table in the middle. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Like, oh, white paper.
I like that one too. Yeah, okay. It'll be a flimsy because it's not cardstock. But don't they have cardstock?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? To have like a little, I was just gonna put it like that. I feel like this is hard and
I don't know, there's something nice about it. They also especially these type of graphic.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I'm gonna bring 25. That's perfect. Thank you so much. And like, that's
How much other I guess you guys maybe set up for?
I'm done. I think it's better.
Because I'll just go small.
No, honestly, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Like, I like it. I don't know.
Would you say 20 minutes? How many minutes will
You guys get started in 20 minutes. It's 5.
Okay, then probably, yeah, by 5:30 we should start.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
When you finish, just do it and then yes.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do great.
Whatever you want. Thank you guys. Thank you.
The floor, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm getting the refreshments.
oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then.
Where are you going with this?
Okay, if you two need to, do you mind if we just move over there? So then we could move the, like, other tables and this.
Wait, no. In the corner?
No, just here.
We can do it this way.
Just something so that after we can move things in the center.
Oh, okay, yeah.
For the places for people to sit. So,
Let's turn this maybe. Okay.
okay, let's see. And then we're actually probably table.
Yeah.
Are you done setting up?
Yeah, I'm just going to be
Okay, perfect. Then that table will go there.
There, yeah. And just need two, right?
And then, yeah, these two.
These
will
two
go
right
there.
here.
Perfect. And then that one can just stay in this. Yeah. And that'll be good. Or we can fold it up.
Should we? Actually, because there's no space.
Here. We need to take photos. Which one is the
Noise. Just pictures.
No, exactly. You're right. Yeah. Maybe we can.
time, so I cut a stack of paper and put it over the list.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Like, yeah.
As long as like the
Did you know?
Okay, perfect. So, yeah.
So exciting.
Yeah.
What else was
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind last Gemini.
Oh, that's
No,
me.
I didn't.
I was like,
And then your graduation, right?
we graduate team.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, photography.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to see this now.
This is like what I do when I was
I wanna
looking
see,
at the girl behind my shelf.
No, exactly.
We have to add.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Theirs is really
Yeah.
good.
So hard.
Wow.
I'm glad that I finally
The end result.
Yeah.
Where?
Hey, how's it going?
I haven't seen anyone else, but I feel like that's like metal bias. But like,
Did it start yet? What is starting at?
Honestly, the girl
No?
maybe it's
We're
because I was so
true.
Or you could just leave it.
Because I have only seen yours.
That's for next like
No. I lost it
Yeah.
like the second I said that.
right.
Yeah, I haven't seen her set up
My
yet.
basic new normal.
With the arm.
Because she has a little
Crazy.
box.
Oh, yeah,
And
the
she
lady,
was,
Make sure there's a quorum code. Under the sun. Get in your room.
Talking drones.
Yeah, exactly. The intros.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, it's the truth.
Right?
Recently or like a long time ago?
One of them
Yeah.
is being on the landscape background.
Oh, it's because she's writing a sister.
Yeah.
Oh, that was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have
I remember you.
Yesterday.
Oh, I see.
Hey!
Wow.
I really wanted to touch the buttons. I really wanted to, but then I was like, I'll break it.
Not that, I think my
This
kids
is
go
go
off.
off and come back.
2 Yeah, it's
2
really hot.
years ago.
Yeah.
It's my time flies.
It's a hot day today. Yeah, I didn't get.
Bring it on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Actually, no, we share.
Oh, yes. C-O-B-Y-O-S.
Yeah, we are. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's do. BYOC, bring it on.
Let's go.
Well, to like this one. They're making it because they
Oh, big cable. Really big cable is over there. Sorry.
Well,
There it is.
I mean, trying to here and there. Yeah. Won't let me.
I'm working on one.
Exactly.
My daughter. Like that. Why was that place? Sounds great.
Ah, this is bigger than that.
In a good way.
Yeah.
In a good.
Yeah, it's
Like, you're not getting sleep, like, you're not getting sleep.
Are you done? I think so. I forget what other things I had. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Let me just.
Where are you at?
So I feel it's
Okay.
yeah, and I think so I still think I work with
Okay, I think
just froze again. What the hell? Oh shit.
Oh, yeah.
There's another live stream. You're no stranger to my live stream.
Can someone help me just move?
Yeah.
I'd watch out for those guys.
Thanks. I was about to film it, but I was also so Thank you so much.
Everyone was like, crying,
So you have a difference between good bad taste and bad bad taste. Explain to me the difference.
Is there another
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Sunshine. It was sitting and I was like, hopefully it was going to end up, but
Oh,
it's just kind of like a mix. Yeah.
Yes. Do you want to? Okay, we'll do this a little bit, and then we can distribute. It's just like different. I saw your message. I was like, I can't right now. But you made like the actual ones. Like the game.
Okay. Oh, you don't like that? About it? So they're like, you better be I'll do that.
And then there's like
Show me
something. Do you find at least like when you show you
This was always the and it was really for people that like look so 3 rows. But then it was just like the back and forth all the time. There is that, but I also like
true, actually. Yeah.
and these switch on, I just like
Yeah.
for me, that was like
Yeah, I
I want to
want
be
to
here too. I want to be here.
Just follow her on Instagram. She does some sort of like.
7 years like, we're not.
Yeah. Wait, one sec.
This is breaking. This is going hard for life.
Yeah, and I think it's for you. Take a minute.
That is a tough one. We just had
That's great.
marginal stuff first year that
People can kind of
like
Yeah. Yeah.
The chair factory.
I mean,
Did you work for it? Or is this like a?
about someone other than yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the direct entry thing is like we already have a short semester. You look at like direct or but anyway. You already have a short semester where a computer campus, and then you take the entirety of the first year, and it's kind of like a graph. Like maybe you luck out, maybe it's a thing. Most of the time, it really isn't. It's just sort of like great for people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It is. So we went direct. And I was like, okay, then we have to start hiring people that are actually listening. That would be it for some of our reps. So that's why there's all that money. It's like you're messing with paper or pouring out things, trying to figure things out by interacting with stuff.
Yeah.
It's even more so now. But before it was just sort of, stop. Stop.
Right. Yeah.
Stop. It's kind of up and down. There are always students that you look at and you're like, doesn't matter what I do, you're like you're gonna figure things out as you go along. But I would say like a full third of every studio is like that's pretty cool. So we're in third. Yeah. So 30 days right out of high school, you're drawing uniforms, glitter paint. It could be awesome. Honestly, it could be awesome, but it's. So I would say the numbers are always there. Like you always end up with like this stuff at the end. But there's another like 30% people in every year that have like or some of them have been doing like calling that as like shifting or somewhere. It's like English speaking country. Or in our space. Here are software, like first contact. Go here and get a something. And so like status news, like the newness I've never done it for 50 years. It's not really I've heard of folks about it.
We didn't, I just had a bunch of paper.
But that's something that was about it's not.
Yeah, but I think it's also like it's fun. So she's a big fan, like she shows looking for someone to do that. I'm just like, you're just looking for like a kicker pitch to be put in, or like static or yeah. It's a colonizing ad.
So thank you. Yeah, you haven't seen this since first crimp.
Yeah.
And man, how things changed. Oh my god! Such an awesome lineup today. You know if Christina's gonna be able to make it?
I haven't talked to her yet.
Oh, okay.
Simple word. There was
Is this how you're showing it as gradex or?
Honestly, that's one of the things I'm figuring out between this print. The layout is going to be different. I'm seeing that I wanted viewers to like be on this side so they could interact with whatever's going on here, but it does feel unintuitive to turn the corner around when everyone else is like facing it.
Are you guys getting your own room for your trip?
I feel like this is going to be our room, but we're going to
Yes, I heard.
This is like one of the first things I'll just like take the breath off.
use the time to just like explore mistakes,
Yeah. Because like after this, you know, oh, this is what it takes to get something, right? And you already have the foundation to like something else.
For what I did, because I just said
No, it's all about the lights are making
Otherwise, that would be either.
used the boat so they look pretty slow. They look prudent.
I feel like
Because this is one of my first reactions to see it. Like I just said, like, this is my first time trying it. Right now. Yeah.
it's also like if we want to study practice on how are you showing your work.
It's really frustrating.
Where else to go? Spain, yeah. They're waiting to get our citizenship, right? No, that's not. Yeah, Norway just like Canada. Just like get things, yeah. Turkey. That drone show that you get to see that live.
This is my friend Ray. They help me by making the monitor that I read on my monitor. They help me solve that because she knows about engineering.
Oh, nice.
No, literally, it's like really everyone is actually it's also yeah, but like it's a really not like
Okay, we're probably going to get started in roughly 10 minutes. So just to let everyone know, we have refreshments here. Please feel free to help yourself. Yes, and the itinerary is on the table. Please feel free to take one. Yeah, so 10 minutes. You can sit down.
I'll do it in the long run. Like technically, of like gradex. And Olivia.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm coming to.
The crowd is so like awkward. It was like so strange because it was like it was like
No, there was.
everybody's like talking.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, I think I thought it was they didn't do one.
Present your
What did I need exactly?
because everyone was just like on their laptops. But I would say it's pretty cool. Like I see some people like that.
There's another one too.
It's like guys, come here.
Yeah, I ordered the lights and everyone's first reaction, this is also my first reaction because I just messed it up. Yes, yeah. That's so funny. I had boxed them and I was like, touching it. But it means that people feel kind of functioning, so so I'll actually like work through it anyway, so like kind of like you're gonna have to kind of walk with
formed the group that we call either antithesis, or independent studio. So independent studio is a nomadic ad hoc studio formed for graduating students who wish to do thesis independently, which in plain words basically means it's just the collective organizing of 7 of us since last summer to essentially form our own thesis class, or kind of similar circumstances to a thesis studio, where we could critique each other, set up guest critiques like this, and to kind of just create that infrastructure for us to complete our capstone projects, kind of still independently, but still within a sort of collective structure. So today we have 5 presenters. The itinerary is on these little blue pamphlets around the table. Each presenter will follow a similar structure, but kind of in their own way. They'll start by presenting their work for however long they decide, and then there'll be a discussion period. During this time, the floor is open to everyone to contribute their critiques, thoughts, and feedback, but of course we just ask that everyone be mindful of time, because we will have to keep time roughly, since generally speaking, all the presenters have kind of like a 20-minute block for their presentation and feedback and discussions afterwards. And then there'll be a kind of 5-minute break between presentations. So yeah, with that being said, of course, we'd like to receive as much feedback as possible. So if you do not get the chance to mention something during the discussion period, but you'd really like someone to know, we have some blank sheets of paper around the table as well. So we'd kindly ask that, if you have any thoughts, write them down with the name to whom that you'd like them, that you'd like to be received, and then just leave it on the table, and that would be great for us to kind of collect them afterwards. So if you don't get to say something, then we can still kind of get that information. Or of course, you can tell us afterwards in our own time. And lastly, these installations, and roughly speaking, this room layout as well, is our kind of intended setups for gradex. So this is the room that we do have at gradex, and generally speaking, this is the sort of progress of where everyone's at, sort of conceptualizing, presenting, and installing their projects. So yeah, with all that in mind, Aryan will be our first presenter. You can get like 5 minutes or so to get ready. Or do you want to just start now?
Yeah, we can start.
Yeah? Okay. Would you want everyone to gather around, or how would you
Look at me and give me credit.
Yeah. Yes.
How are we going to do this? So many people. Yes, so this is my exhibition. What my project is essentially I've been creating tools, like programming tools for typographic purposes. So the sort of like exploration and iterations, they were like non-linear, but just to make the work digestible, I categorized them in like 4 sections. So they go as letter, paragraph, structure, and position. At this point, the sort of work is mostly there, except like a few books. And what I'm looking for today, or like the credit I'm hoping to receive, is like related to how I can present and organize this work, so it's more coherent, and like the points I'm trying to make can connect to the work, and just like how it can be traversed by someone who's like looking at it for the first time, or someone who's like trying to figure out what this is. And if you guys don't have credit and you just want to ask questions, feel free to, because that'll help me understand how the project is being received. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Would you like us to come?
Yeah, come.
Take a look
Feel
at
free
the
to look at the
So is this sort of like, is this like more like the here and then this position, or is it just
there's an order, yeah. There is an order, but like just think about it like letter, paragraph, structure, and position kind of thing. This is so
So Olivia is there after double stakes.
I didn't realize this was when you showed me. I thought you were doing it for one. Oh, well, you got it. You're on it. Yeah. Well, it's like less time. Well, this is freaking beginning, bro.
is it the same sort of
once I put in the lines, it generates the other form, and then I can get variations out of it. I see.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I meant like it's not this one. Oh, this is I will feel I'm the prize one.
That's all right. It's like a lot of So yeah, you kind of get to just see vision. And this is what's yeah. Yeah.
You are kind of working with this thing called
Are you open or just sitting?
by the time you're Right. So like, I would look at it as like
How long is it to live?
I don't know, like a couple seconds.
but again, just like,
5 seconds. We're having fun with it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just, yeah, there's a little bit of latency. Okay.
Is that intentional?
That's just the internet.
Oh, it's just,
But
yeah.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I think the delay's interesting.
Think so?
I think so.
I feel like people in gradex are gonna have such a short attention span, and then we'll see themselves
This is so sick though.
Are these all going to be like,
Here, can I see?
like stuff?
Oh yeah.
Like stuff that you do?
Okay.
Oh,
It has like 5 seconds.
Oh my god!
Which I actually enjoy. Look, I'm on my favorite background.
Yes. Yes, you may.
Oh, this is so good.
That's interesting paper.
It's like I want to go with the
I feel like you guys are always getting your attention every piece of throughout the years, you guys like
I think he's selling stuff.
Oh, no way.
They all have a different fact. They contradict each other at times. This is how
How many?
I think this is a series of 21 publications.
Oh, from the...
It's from the Dead Space. Look at. I sent this back to you. I want to go. We were trying to go to the walls, but it was like there was a class in there. I couldn't go in, and then me and Nat got distracted. It's in the wall. See, it's real. It's real. It's there. I swear it's real. Is it like it's in the classroom. It's in like an illustration classroom. Is it on the second floor? Yes. You've been there? No, I think it's.
Alright, everybody? Yes, there's 10 minutes left for audience presentation, and I'm going to open up the floor to questions and discussions now that you've all had a chance to take a look at his work. So yeah, you can take your seats, you can stand around if you'd like. Question period. Adi, do you have any directed questions you want feedback for? Nope.
That would probably be a good time to kind of also mention that as well. Sort of just to have, like the general discussion where everyone was kind of hearing what was mentioned or any advice given, any feedback, thoughts.
I don't think.
Yes.
I think it's very brave and next level to try to improve something that feels like it just feels kind of like standard, like Adobe and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think it's like very, very like forward thinking and powerful that you did that.
I have a question. So it's like a very complex
it at any point in time,
It's,
or is there like a starting point in your project?
That is what I'm trying to figure out. But, yeah, I sort of like put them in these categories because I thought it would help with that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like I appreciate the categories because I love how you kind of distinguish them in that kind of the hierarchy of it. But and then I just was like curious because you know when you think of, for example, like the form of a book where you have like a chapter or like the book as a whole and then you reduce it down to the letter itself. Right? I wasn't sure if there was like a way of doing this. Almost do we start with the letter? Do we jump into the paragraph? I wasn't sure. So yeah, it's work in progress.
Yeah, like I intended it for it to like be built, sort of. But yeah, I don't think that works.
Oh, okay.
But I think you kind of did it here from letter, paragraph, structure to imposition, and then kind of like creates like circles so we go back to letter.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of has a line to move through, just like develop it from this letter to the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think language-wise, it makes sense, and the sections do help follow it, but like I think the layout should be shifted a little bit because like I see letter here and it's like the nice letter graphics right next to it, but then there's also paragraph, so I'm confused where to look for paragraph.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
I mean, the sectioning of it makes sense, like categorizing it from like it's like small to almost like a bigger, increasing in scale.
Yeah,
in 5 terms, but like I don't know where to look at for paragraph, for example. Here. I know where to look at for letter, and I see the line, but it's a complicated for me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you like build this? Like these are not nailed in, right? Like
No,
the
it's
I thought maybe some but like maybe shifting some of the stuff around.
Yeah, definitely.
Could be like a nice way to start in terms of experimenting how the layout could be read.
I think also now, seeing this after like seeing the maquette and seeing the drawings and everything is making me realize I think also since you're working with this wood and you know this is actually like it's a pretty accurate depiction of how it will be installed eventually because right like the wall is still going to be white, the carpet is still going to be this color, etc., etc. I think the contrast between the pieces of work and the sort of structure of the installation maybe could be increased somehow. So maybe that means having something in the back of the work or having the work somehow be like, you know, the covers of the books or something to be a certain, like simply to have more contrast from the elements of the installation so then they really stand out more, kind of as like these are the artifacts and then the structures this. Because there's certain pieces that obviously do that, like the darker book covers, you know, anything that's kind of more textured, but especially the sort of cream paper, like really blends into the wood quite a lot. So I would think if you want that to stand out as an artifact, then yeah, that would probably have to be considered a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. So
But it's great. It's kind of one of those things that you kind of only can realize once it's kind of in front of you. So that's like the purpose of doing that.
I feel like you're, in terms of like those sheets on the top left, you have like really good direction and wayfinding with your use of lines. I feel like if you wanted to create a sort of narrative between, I think that like sort of furthering on from what Alex said, like having like wayfinding in terms of something maybe like if you want to implement like a tricolor scheme, you can have your
again, seeing this set up for the first time, it kind of gives you an idea of how small the tables are and how big the walls are. You have actually an incredible amount of wall space. I think it would be great to make use of it. Maybe like all of those wood boards would be like letter, paragraph, structure, and position are mounted on the wall instead. And then you have much more like breathing room for your artifacts that are on the table. And yeah, like this sort of like directory that you have going on the left is perhaps one of the most helpful things that you have for people to understand your project. Maybe that's the center. And or just maybe because it's white and you have so much wood, it sort of blends into the wall in a way. You have to make it stand out either positionally by positioning it very in your face, or there has to be like color or something, because otherwise everything else reads a little bit heavier than it. It gets a little bit lost in the wall. But it's a really great guiding piece for your project.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because like the issue with putting books on the wall is that it's difficult to reach it.
Yeah, but with these boards, like you're only meant to read them. You don't really need to touch them.
Yeah, I think those need to go on the wall. Sure.
I will say we have a minute left in audience time. So if there's any last comments, Brian, this would be the time. Any questions? Do you have any questions you want answered? All right, well, I think then, are we good to move on to the next presenter? Okay, thank you, audience. Next, we have Ariana presenting. I appreciate the preliminary flag. Just maybe give me 2 minutes. I just have to plug something in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah, take your time.
you guys, please don't stretch your legs. Don't look at me slapping this right.
No, that day was. I won't. Maybe. Because I was trying to give it and what they think is every solution.
Alright, so just be mindful of time. We're gonna have Ayanna start the first part of the presentation now. She'll have 20 minutes, and then you just like this. Like all of these things directly together. Go ahead. Okay, I'm starting. Okay, so feel free. I'm not gonna give you guys to stand up right now because honestly, like it's not as much interactivity. I will pass information books around, essentially give you enough context. But I'll begin by saying hello everyone, thank you so much for coming. The title of my piece, which really is this whole shelf, is called Osophilia. This project is an examination on our relationship with technology and the relationship of the human body. That's kind of like the overview. I'll pass these kind of books around. These are my draft in progress books. And this project specifically though is more of a specific investigation on these ideas where, and in place of like a piece of technology, it is specifically about my oscilloscope, and in place of a human body, it's self-included with my human body. And I'm trying to kind of investigate and see where one ends and one begins, because I think this relationship between myself and the oscilloscope is an interesting one. I'm going to push and pull. But many of you might not know what an oscilloscope is. So in case you aren't previously aware, an oscilloscope is a piece of engineering equipment that graphs voltage over time. Sound has voltage and can get graphed on the screen of an oscilloscope, as can be seen here. I have this like recorder hooked up, so it is like live graphing the sound of what is being input over time on the screen here. And unlike modern oscilloscopes, this is an old oscilloscope model from the 80s, and you'll kind of get into it in a moment. I have a strong preference over older technology than newer technology. I actually really don't care about newer technology at all. And unlike modern oscilloscope, which is actually more digital, mainly touchscreen, this model has knobs and a tactile experience, which is of interest to me. And unlike a modern oscilloscope, which converts all these like voltages into binary, this is like displayed on a CRT, and it's kind of like you get what you get, which I also like. And this lens of investigation is specifically, I'm trying to go for one of a perverted one, a perverse one, where I think there's many different definitions of perversion, and I've been thinking about many different ways of it. So the kind of key aspects of perversion to me, which I'll kind of be weird about, is like I enjoy Michel Foucault's kind of concept of perversion, where it's more of a spectrum than necessarily the strict taboo that you may think of, and it kind of is anything that might not follow specifically, like that might not follow the laws of normativity, like heterosexual marriage. So I do think in many ways that my relationship with my oscilloscope is one that is perverted, also because like the oscilloscope really can't respond to me. It is like whatever I give it is whatever it represents. So it's also whatever I kind of input into it is whatever it shows me. So you'll kind of see in the book too, I do like a series of experiments and performances, mainly like photographs and like performance pieces of me like doing a series of experiments to kind of build up this world for my oscilloscope that really is for like my own pleasure, my own enjoyment, because it's kind of just responding to me. So this is in progress. I've been working on this project for about 2 months, so we're kind of like right in the midst of everything right now. So I'll kind of maybe give a really quick overview of things that I have, which is my first thing that I was making, which I'm going to make more to sell at gradex, is I made some pervert in residence t-shirts. Because I am the pervert in residence in this room. I also have this TV that is playing right now one of my performances. This is my friend May, who's here, helped me solder this. I turned my oscilloscope into a functioning heart monitor. So it is live reading my ECG and like reflecting it back onto the screen of the oscilloscope. But I have some other performances too that will kind of get played. In the book, you get to see like frames of it, but at gradex you would get to see more of the whole performances. And then I have right now the oscilloscope going live with her headphones that you can listen to and recorder. I'm not too sure yet, honestly, on the kind of like audience involvement. So maybe that's something like maybe you guys can tell me if there's anything about this that would interest you or like experiences that you'd like to have. Because really, it can like live read sound. You can also play things into it. I also have 2 books kind of going around the table. One is my Osophilia, my main project book, which is a progression of my performances that go from seemingly like mundane and normal to more and more perverse. And I have my archive of, I've been collecting like pervert tweets from Twitter, so it's volume 1 of my archive. And yeah, there's a couple other things that I've been thinking of making. And the last thing I'll kind of mention that I've been thinking of making, and this may be something where I want input on, is I want to give everyone a takeaway of a card of this shelf and the kind of contents on this shelf, because some of it, especially with, I'm going to have it to be a very clean, sterile look, because also part of that feels perverse to me. But you know, some people might not feel comfortable touching everything, so I'm thinking about thoughts on
this card with kind of an outline of the shelf and the things that are on it and an introduction to this project. Yeah, where am I at right now for time?
We have 14 minutes left.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. So, I don't know, questions, comments, critiques, whatever. Yeah. Any thoughts? Any questions about projects too? You guys can also come up and take a look too. I don't know, I kind of just wanted to present up first, but if people want to come see my oscilloscope up close and personal, we can. Yeah. Oh, the top shelf? The top shelf right now, I have a receipt printer because I'm hoping it's kind of in place of, I want to eventually get it functioning to be able to print out devotional messages to my oscilloscope, like every so often it'll push forward a message or a photo. But right now it's just kind of on display until I get it functioning. Yeah. It's just like, it's connected to the microphone, so you'll just kind of hear it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's so funny and so
It's like the Microsoft. It's so crisp.
Yeah, like I want Alright, so there is 10 minutes left for Ayana's presentation period. I'd like to open the floor to feedback, questions for Ayana. So yes, if you have any questions, that would be the time. Or Ayana, do you have any specific questions you want answered? I guess I'm like wondering, or maybe I'm just like curious and like I'm kind of telling you guys these ideas, and of course I love like always want you guys to kind of come into my sandbox with ideas, but
that there is like work to be done along that kind of path. So I'm kind of wondering, like what things you think I should provide more clarity on, what things you think are like needed, like to kind of for both of us to kind of get into like common understanding of this project.
Another question.
Yeah.
You're researching and like discovering your perverse relationship to your oscilloscope.
Yes.
And then you're sort of this whole shop is sort of supposed to be you're presenting it as like what you found out so far.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like kind of the things I have in progress right now. And some of it is like leans more on the dynamics of the oscilloscope. Some of it is about like perversion itself. So it's kind of a mix of both right now.
In terms of the exploration that you've done with this interactive element of the oscilloscope, other than having just the sort of direct mic feed of the headphones, have there been other experiments that you've done? I mean, obviously with like the heart rate as well that we can see on the CRT.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's kind of like in this book that's being passed around, but I'll kind of like a quick maybe like brief list is like I've done things like I've read at the time, I've took it outside to the park, what else have I done? I'm like blanking all of a sudden. Yeah, read the time, took it to the park, imprinted my body on it. Like some of it is also less necessarily not even with like its actual intended purpose, just kind of like using it kind of how I see fit for myself, which is I've done like shibari with it. I've done like other kind of like things of like what I think of like some maybe possibly like sexual touches of like touching its probe, flicking it, like playing with its knobs, playing with the face, like playing with like the kind of I think even I can maybe kind of do, but it's like even touching like these kind of things like evokes like response in the oscilloscope. So it's kind of like I'm trying to test like almost like stress test to the best of abilities. Some of it kind of based in reality, some of it based in like fantasy.
And I think earlier you described that there was like more in terms of displaying those sort of documentations. Did you plan on having like screens that also play like the moving documentations?
Yeah, so I'm hoping to, I just have right now the one performance, but I'm hoping to have more of a reel of multiple performances, which are kind of some of the same performances that are in the book, but you get to see it less of the different frame, but more of the movement, and I'm going to have it with another pair of headphones so you can listen to it as well, because I don't want to play out loud during gradex, because it's like, it gets really fun.
Yeah. So then, sorry, I just want to continue on this for just like a little bit. I wonder if there's like room to introduce a bit more of that sort of like sentimentality that you have with your relationship with the oscilloscope. I mean, I think there are like two directions that it could go, like whether it's like, do you create like little picture frames, like you're really starting to like anthropomorphize this like object in like that sort of more tender way, or do you also even like introduce those other more unexpected ways of interacting with it to the viewer as well, beyond just listening? Like, can you offer the tools for them to like interact and probe and like play with the oscilloscope and find their own sort of like pervert relationship with the machine as well? I feel like that will really enrich and connect it to the videos that you're also playing on the screen.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I really like the multimedia approach to this, and you're like using books or like using like consumers like objects like a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Other can be other objects that you're thinking of using. Maybe like Christine said, like that sense of sentimentality, like maybe like some objects that were in that environment that you were engaging with the oscilloscope, just so that we can like sense that, you know, it's sort of like this archive of experiences within this, but maybe it would be nice to incorporate those other objects so that like it looks like it's a shelf of, I don't know, experiences and like memories, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's like some things, like for example, I have like the what I use for this, like this kind of circuitry that like I made, and do I have time? 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Okay. Yeah. So I'm kind of working on like
figuring out some other objects. I think like I've been having some ideas of like, for example, like making like buttons or like other kind of things. It's like I'm using and the way I'm thinking about these materials is like this project is not about really graphic design in the slightest. I think it's kind of obvious. But I enjoy the way that graphic design is used, like to use it as a vessel, like confrontation of like you kind of like I want this to be taken seriously, and maybe I should have like said that at the beginning too, which is like you might think at first it's kind of like a joke that I'm doing it, but when you see this book that is super massive with a bunch of experiments that I've done, you have like no choice but to like sit with it and confront this massive piece of work.
I think you could even that idea of collecting the artifacts from these experiences and displaying them. You can still strike a balance between sentimentality and like, the weird, like bright starkness of being like confronted with your own purgatory.
Yeah.
I think like it could be interesting that level of like graphic design introduced as well. Like you could even have these very precise sort of labels of these experiences. I haven't seen the book yet, but if you have like location and like timestamps, you could do it in a very sort of like clinical way while still showing off that level of intimacy with the objects and also the students.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also I know there's like a couple minutes left. I've kind of been on this side of the room. I don't know if anyone here, if I'm ignoring anyone, if anyone want to shout out at all, or if anyone else has anything words. Yeah, like all of that makes like a lot of sense, and yeah, I think you guys are gonna need some really good things to think about, because yeah, there's like a sterile aspect to it which I kind of want to keep harnessing, but there are like I still want to let people into this world of sorts.
I think also just in terms of takeaways, like sort of the fact that the video reel is kind of going on its own time, and then there's sort of different artifacts around. Perhaps it would be useful to have either on the back of your main takeaway or on another one, just like the list, as simple as like the list of things that you've done, like the comprehensive things, so then people can see this and kind of get a grasp of like the abundance of experiments that were done, like, and where in the park, in the studios, like reading, like in the gallery, all these things. So
that's nice. Yeah.
I feel like that would be good.
Yeah, to clarify, in the back of the book, it's mainly all photos, like photo based, and the kind of context you get is the back of the book. I have this long list that's called Activities for Us, and it's all the list of ideas that I have for the oscilloscope, both realized with the page number reference to and unrealized. So
I think this would be like a nice top takeaway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If there's any last comments, we can make it. If anyone wants to take another look at the book, it's on this table right here. Otherwise, the next thing that is coming up is a 15-minute break. So, how about we break now and come back at 6:45?
I do have something to say because, I am going after the break. I am going to go into my presentation assuming that people have done a walkthrough there, so if you haven't gotten a chance, if you came late or something, feel free to stop by if you have the time during the break.
All right, awesome. Thank you guys. Start the break. Thank you guys.
That's so weird.
Yeah, like something else.
Your reaction is so good.
I agree. Yeah. But when it's
Whoa, who did that? Who did that?
yeah.
Crazy.
I'm like,
There's a guy. I put Celine's keys back in Celine's. These are takeaways.
You'd love a good manifesto.
This is version 2 of the response. Feel free to send it.
Just ask him to meet the people.
So these are research folders? These lab folders?
Kind of, yeah. These are like a series of 21. In the lab, there's it's famous for astrology, really good astrologists in my lab. And these are like all the facts they have found over time. And sometimes they contradict each other because they find something new, but they're all certified at the end, so they're all facts.
Look, it even has that fancy stamp.
Oh yeah, of course.
At one point in the series, their understanding of time changes, so towards the end of the series, the timestamps get really good.
It looks really good.
I feel like that's your back. The landscape behind you. Oh, that's also your back.
This is my vibe? Oh, that's my vibe. That's my vibe.
This is... That's your vibe.
Not that one.
That is your vibe.
That's
What? This is my vibe. This is my vibe.
It's so funny seeing things like opposite.
Oh, it just appeared. It just
Do
appeared.
something.
Yes.
And then... and then you see your reactions to that thing. So stupid.
There's a bit of latency there.
I think that's what makes the performance. Yeah, exactly. You perform for yourself.
Or for yourself.
I'm like your future self.
Yeah, it's like streaming for your future self. You know? This is very cool, Nehir. I'm gonna get one. Okay, how are you? I didn't see you. I want to see the
The shop that's like in the garage. Yeah. I think it's like about like everyone's feedback. It's like we're gonna give it up. I love the way that they're doing your angles in the back too. There's something about it that also just like really justifies all the work. No, I like it. We'll see like once you add yes, facts, but like right to comments and foster the people's really making it like
This like freaked me out a little bit.
Yeah,
I was like, I think it's like the lag. There's like a little bit of a lag.
Earlier, I wasn't expecting myself to pop up because of the video and actually scared
I
me.
know. Oh no.
It's cool.
It kind of feels like if I was in the Teletubby land or something, and then yeah, like with like the little hills and the forest. It is very cool. Oh my gosh. Do like a dance. Touch yourself, we'll see in 3 seconds. Yeah, I Were you stuck behind it?
I did. I was doing my Teletubby dance.
It's kind of.
So it's like.
I love how it takes a second.
Yeah.
Oh. It's really like you're watching.
Yeah.
Oh, the green screen.
The green screen is working.
Wow.
Is it from your
Somebody
laptop?
do the No, it's from your webcam. I installed OBS on your computer.
I see. I understand.
Oh, it's this.
Yes, that is the camera. Where did you think it was coming from?
I don't know. From above somewhere.
Oh, look.
I might do like a CCTV kind of moment for the actual gradex. That's gonna be one of my questions. Is this layout?
Yeah, layout question's gonna be a big one. But you know what? It's actually making like setting this up is so good. You actually do have much more space than I thought. Like you could really extend out if you wanted to. Like we
That's
planned
kind
for.
of true, but I think Sophia is gonna be there, right? Sophie?
Honestly, I don't even. I think only like in front of that window.
No, okay. And I'm hiding that. You guys might be familiar with the ugly pink thing.
Oh, yeah.
Only way to use this.
Yeah, I was about to say, if anyone can make use of it, it's you. I also didn't know you had this giant like truly huge. I had no idea. I walked in and it was just asphalt.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was so scary installing it. It's gonna be even scarier taking it down.
It's true. Without the ladder?
With the ladder.
Oh, where's the ladder?
Tomorrow.
In the room?
No, I returned it.
I see.
Celine made that beautiful didactic. I made the mistake of accidentally opening this. This is not going to be the actual display, by the way. I'll get into it. Oh my god, it smells so
did it stink? Yeah.
That's your interactivity.
Yeah.
You have to provide like a mask, like a gas mask.
Yes, like a full gas mask for interaction.
I wonder, I mean, we'll talk about it more after your presentation, but I wonder if like the CCTV aspect, the green screen, should be on a different side than the monitor, because then when people step to the green screen or are looking at the table, they look at one side, and when they step to the other side, they see the monitor, like, oh my god, wait, I was on that. Which I feel like I've experienced that at other art galleries a couple times, where I'm like, that's a nice, like, delightful moment.
Okay, I'll write that down.
Because look at these, like, real.
Oh yeah, but they're so tiny. How's it going, Jen? Hi, Jen.
Or specifically.
Hi, Jen.
Bro, my whole life is like super for the client. Well, it's basically like there's so many different teams and so many different people because they're like a big company and they're very disorganized. So then like months ago when we did this photo shoot, they ended up like combining a bunch of different campaigns together because they wanted to see. And we agreed to that on the condition that like the post-production, meaning like the retouching costs, the video editing, music composing for the videos, everything would be staggered between the campaigns. And then when it came to it, and we finished the camera shoot, they were like, it's a movie about what we did right now. So now like me and like one other like designer were like doing it.
Yeah, I'm glad no one's wearing green today. This is not what I did.
That's why I'm like,
What if I just came in a full green jersey?
Yeah, I have one of those. No, I have a green jersey.
Wait, what happens if you go in front?
It's like camo.
he's always.
No, I mean like, what if you go in front of it with green?
Yeah, it's like camo. You disappear.
Yeah, oh my god, I had to.
Is this
I was so rude yesterday in the office because I didn't want to talk
Tried
to
my two dreadlocks. This is awesome.
But I agreed on Friday, like,
my own project.
I'm gonna try.
And then I messaged him on my phone.
Do that.
I just see these. I'm just seeing it is. It already is. My 9 subscribers are probably closer to this. Oh wait. Oh, I told you.
Yeah, so you should came to the photo shoot.
That's so cool.
No, he's the photographer that had a...
Sorry, I'm so...
I was gonna message you Joe, but then I got too That's why the message, I barely messaged anybody that I didn't already see regularly in person. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay, how would you like first?
But then, like, the next one is also coming.
It's you and Tom and the other
No. It's mostly me and Tom and Justin.
He's a great director.
Yeah. Alright, so break is up. It's now 6:45. I think the here is ready to present. So let's all take a seat and get ready for our presentation.
Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed the walkthrough. So usually I do my presentations by like playing some sort of pretend. In the past, I have made like Unreal time systems that informed how I present my presentations. I've pretended I'm in different spaces. I'm doing that on a smaller scale today. But this time, I am interested in having the work present itself because we're getting ready for gradex. So I'm gonna do less explaining of what Slow and Unreal Research Lab is, which is my project. I mean, it says it there. So I'm assuming you guys have looked at that. And this exhibition is an exhibition of the Unreal Space Department within the lab. So to explain what is Unreal Space, I have made these Unreal Space manifestos. I've tried to distribute them. This is the second edition of this, so when we come to the discussion, feel free to suggest any changes because there has been changes since these are like the first. This is the first edition. I'll also pass this around in different sides of the room. Okay, so that's the manifesto. I'm still gonna do a very quick rundown of the projects I'm gonna exhibit because I don't have didactics for this credit yet. So very quickly, room divider. Room divider. So here it is behind me. I'm interested in, breaking up what we think of real institutions to consider unreal institutions. I talk about it on my sign. So here it is. It's meant to be mobile. Here I am carrying it. It's meant to be part of a system, which is why I have currently 2 of them. There can be more, not for gradex though, because this is an ongoing project that's going to exist after gradex. So if you honestly have like bigger scope suggestions, I will take those too, because I want to do this after gradex too. And I'm also considering like shorter term suggestions as well. Yeah, so as it is right now, it's a blip within a real institutional space. Something that I am not certain about though. For example, this is a room divider, but I'm not sure about this setup, for example, because a room divider isn't really meant to be flush to a wall. It's not really dividing a room right now. But I'm also considering that this is this is a group exhibition. So I've been like trying to observe how people flow throughout the room, especially with this monitor here, coming to this side of the table initially seemed unintuitive in my observation of people. So things like that is what I'm looking for today. So that's that with the room divider. Initially I was thinking of like putting it here, making a little nook, having a little entrance, but I'm not sure yet. Let's go. Oh, this is it in use. So yeah, I don't have didactics for this, so I kind of explained it to some people. This is a series of 21 volumes of a publication within SURL, within the Unreal Space Department. They're called fact reports. The lab, with every new finding they find, they release this publication. So each one of them is different because they all have a different fact. Throughout the series, they contradict each other sometimes, and these are all justified by the certification they have, which states that this is the absolute truth. In the past, I've done immersive study sessions to take people into unreal spaces with me. I've done this in school, also breaking the classroom border in response to modern understandings of space, which would tell you that, for example, this is a classroom, so you must do teaching and learning here, and for example, you must not do anything else in this classroom, is what it suggests intuitively to us. So this was a moment from that. I don't think I'm gonna have anything relating to that, but that was a quick part of the catch-up here. You might have seen this. This isn't what's gonna be actually on gradex. This is like a very mini version of it. It was actually a failed take on what I'm actually hoping to show, called Dead Space. In the past, I've grown bacteria in the shape of type, and it has grown into other things. This time, I am going into dead spaces behind walls at OCAD to sample bacteria to essentially prove that what the institution deems as dead space is clearly not dead. So, okay, yeah, that's it. You guys got some of my questions already? How is this setup working / especially not working? Really here for critique today. And are there any gaps in my communication? And how can I push what I'm doing for that in the next 3 weeks, I think. So yeah, how many minutes do I have, Celine?
You have 11 minutes.
Good, okay, good. Teacher.
Do you have this corner for gradex?
Yes, this is my designated corner.
I think, yeah, it's not working as a room divider, and easy solution just to flip the table, put the table to back, and then put the divider where the table is. And then, there's someone next to you, right?
Olivia's next to me, correct?
Yes. I don't know how much space there, but if you put that over here, so people will come to read and then go in there, and then face with the
put
divider.
this here.
Yeah, just like against the wall, and then divider here. The table is over there, so.
Okay.
But still, even today, like I didn't know your project, but the way that you set up those files when I come in, and I'm like, oh, I'm on the screen. So it's still in a way work, but as a divider.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you want the experience of interacting your display to be? Do you want it to feel like somebody's entering the lab, or like stepping in on like the desk of somebody who works at the lab, or something else?
I can take it that way. That is an option. This one I thought of as like a mini exhibition that the Unreal Space Department was holding. That's how I thought of it. But that is also a direction I could go into.
Yeah, I think I mean obviously it's still a work in progress, but thinking about like the materials, like what is the actual table that you're gonna use? Obviously, I don't know, there are limitations within the time and budget to like get a nice looking like actual like desk looking table, but there can be ways to also help with that experience of unpacking the way that you're displaying your artifacts. I think sometimes having, a lot of like loose ephemera on a table, like it has been organized nicely, but you do have to be quite precise and delicate in a way without having some sort of container or even just like sections of like where things are supposed to go back to. I wonder if there can be like something that fits within the sort of visual language of your world that you could put some of the folders into, or like have the postcards sit so they have a nice spot to go back to. I don't know if you want to. Like, I don't know where the line is between how organized or disorganized you want it to feel, whether it should feel lived in or feel a bit more like precise and sterile. But I think even if there was some level of like imperfection and lived inness, but still having some structure, that way like I think people will feel more comfortable opening up the folders and actually looking through and discovering, rather than feeling like it's too precious, I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful, by the way. Sanchari?
I'm looking at your manifesto and
Mhm.
it looks very documentative, but it also has that playfulness of it, of the like icons and the moving around and this whole like flux in all its like height and everything. I think instead of like going towards didactics, I think maybe you should make some big signs that could clamp onto the room dividers. Having that sort of like structured look to it of like, oh, this is signage, but also having a playful aspect. And I think that way you could really like have people be guided in the space without it being like too serious of like come here, walk here, be here sort of thing.
Okay.
I think you need some sort of similar to the wall dividers, like I'm thinking wooden box and then light box sort of situation container that's clamped onto the thing.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's very easy for you to make things playful, but also your room dividers look really structured and it's like very straight and very good. So I think you could work with something in between that instead of didactics. I think signage.
Okay. Ayana.
I have a question. I saw that one of your lines says designers should design for the real world. Designers should imagine something radically different. I'm just curious on like, because that line also feels to me very, like it's a little bit stands out compared to the rest of the manifesto.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering for like in the terms of the scope of this project or gradex, like how much of that part about like designers and design do you want to evoke in it versus like, you know, what's the kind, does that make any sense? Like how much of it do you want that to be talked about or be part of your project? Like, yeah, what are you thinking?
That's such a good question. I think less than a week ago, I was talking to Ellie, who suggested that this is missing just one more project to pull it all together, and I had suggested like counter mapping real institutional space, and maybe that can really drive that idea of like spatially designing for an unreal institution within a real institution. I don't know why I've been resisting doing a map. It seems, I don't know, maybe I'll actually get into it with that, because you're right, like I should drive that a bit more.
Yeah, because I think if that's something that you want to evoke, then you should bring it up more in maybe your other projects, or like bring it up more in this, or like that, because it kind of feels like this nugget that right now stands out compared to everything else.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if it's something, yeah, and that's why I want clarification on, was it like, is it something that you want to continue on, or not?
Okay. One sec. Okay. Any other comments around here?
I think to like add on to some of the other things people have been bringing up, I think like it might be nice to consider what level of whimsy you want somebody to experience when like, you know, engaging with your space and your artifacts. I think like, you know, talking about, is it, you know, building a real space, maybe like it's like a mock sort of office space based on like the map that you're talking about, of this like counter institution within like this real institution. Like, does it feel like an office space where like weird details are just slightly off? Like things are just at weird heights or placed in awkward ways, but still feels like really authentically like a real space in certain ways as well. I think that's just like a more direct idea that popped into my mind when thinking about that balance of like how to also articulate that balance of real and unreal in the actual like materials.
Maybe like, I know you've like organized them like on one table for now, like maybe it should have, like each piece should have its own space to breathe. Because like right now, like I see everything there and it's like the overwhelming, like I don't know where to go first, you know, like maybe like your documents, like your folders could be like, I don't know, on a shelf or something. And if that's its own thing, or and then like the postcards maybe like it could be like, I don't know, collage of it on a wall or something. Just so that like it kind of looks like a space where it's like each piece has its own space to breathe, and also like so that you can actually like engage with it with like you know, like thoughtfully, because like I'm not overwhelmed with the other stuff. You know, like for example, like your screen is there, and I get distracted by the screen, so I can't look at the other 20. Oh, yeah, they're like 21.
21.
Yeah, so there's 21 like documents on the table. So it's like, so that also like, I can also see like, oh, like how does this piece exist on its own as part of a whole? You know, like, but then at the same time, like when you put everything together, it's like a world that you step in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I might have a little bit more real estate than I thought I have. We'll see. Yeah, you guys are really driving it in a very interesting direction so far. I'm really locked into this. How much time do I have, Zoe?
3 minutes.
3?
Yeah, 3.
I think the dividing wall is a perfect way to just like make a cubicle.
That's
That's like
so
immediately
true.
pops into my mind, and
That's
then you have
so
like
true.
a cork board that you like
Yeah.
pin your postcards on.
Oh. Yeah, we accidentally kind of had that experience in the thesis room. It's so hard to move this around in there. Accidentally, it felt like a cubicle kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Once it's actually like really in the middle of the space that
Yeah.
otherwise is so free.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. And I think actually, yeah, that I really like that idea of kind of like, because again, you're kind of playing with this idea of like this artifice of bureaucracy that perhaps then it's a sort of like you set up the table and the cubicle area to look as kind of like seemingly at first glance kind of mundane or kind of just normal or ordinary or average, but then really when you start to actually look at like, yeah, what's pinned on the board, you walk up to the monitor and you realize like the entire green screen behind you is taking you to like, you know, the prairies, or it's taking you to like your 7 layers of hell, or it's like, you know what I mean, like suddenly you're transported to a completely different place, even though this desk and this monitor and all these things kind of look really unseeming at first. Yeah, because then I think that would also then kind of tie this experience of like, again, kind of trying to like work within this artifice of an institution or institutional frameworks or bureaucratic frameworks, but then like, you know, like completely flipping it on its head and taking it elsewhere.
Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be like, oh, I have so much to do, but I'm really excited.
We have like 30 seconds left, so shall we wrap up your portion? Okay, thank you. Alright, next up we have Sanchari. Sanchari, would you like to do a little presentation first or a walk around?
I would like to read something out. I would like to open the window, read something out, and then have everyone come over and look at the books. Alright, let's read it. Anyone wants to get snacks? I'm really grateful that all of you guys are here. I'm really happy that all the antithesis people needed like a whole year of this sentiment. Alright. To reconcile the incorporeal is to sit with the plants. I am thinking about the act of being disembodied, dismembered, incomplete, lost, and yet still searching. The act of inquisition, of asking, of exploring, and of listening to that other that surrounds us, outside the structure of regulated spaces and restrained time. The act of open translation, to move these explorations into the ephemeral energies of hands,
passing forward that inquisition, the collective act of sharing our disorientation and navigating a space that leaves little room for kinship and care. I'm thinking about the practice of time in image making, in between photography and silkstream. Time stopping completely, unchanging and ever-changing time, and reproductions of time. I'm thinking about the silence, waiting and listening before clicking the shutter. This project, this soft inquisition, over time developed from simple formal explorations, moving into an untraditional writing process. I say untraditional as the writings punctuate themselves with many questions. The writing itself ponders over the disorientation that comes with its subject matter. It renders impossible to write in a traditional academic sense because academic writing structure negates the subject by naming it, by citing it. Instead, I open conversations to writers who share the energy of exploration and care with the other, themselves open to conversing beyond the regulated boundaries and moving into spectral realms. You can find them in the works consulted. My understanding has been that these energies cannot be stimulated in solitary practices, so I started making books. Small books, halfway between zines and artist books. Self-sustaining zine cultures and the ephemeral energies of zine distribution called to the project, but I also felt that I needed a close material relationship to the production, to collect the inquiries, written and material, as well as to translate the gestures between them, in folds and stitches, in pauses and continuations. One reads a book with their hands, one shares books with their hands. Within the compendium file, you will find abstracts from each book. The first book is a rhizoprinted zine called Decentering Movement. The second book is an accordion publication called How to Look at a Carcass. The third book is In Between Spaces, with screen printed covers and pamphlet binding. Similar to the fourth, a chapbook that puts into poetic structure black and white film images. And the fifth book, with a screen printed twofold cover, is a zine on coevolution. These books have been printed under the alias School of Fish Press. Amongst the books are prints and materials also developed under inquiry. In my third book, In Between Spaces, the epigraph contains a translation of poetry by Vinod Kumar Shukla. He says, "In my room, I have hung a picture of an entire forest." This project has no conclusive end. It is simply a way for these explorations to continue and to slowly reconcile the incorporeal. Thank you. I would love if everyone came around.
Just think of it.
I would share with someone. I was just gonna give you the chords and everything. There's like no, there's not. But it's because it's like one of the first really, really tall ones that they're building there, so it just attracts all of them in there. It is literally so close to my house that it will literally show you from mine. Every time.
I'll open up the floor to discussion. Sorry, do you have any questions you want to start with?
Yes, I have questions for gradex setup. Of course, this is a closed or like open, but also less amount of people, and it's a critique. How would you see, or how would you like to see these books being presented on the table? art from the shelves. That's one question, and then since the title is to reconcile the incorporeals with the plants, I was thinking of like having plant shelves and more of like this window space be seatable for people to come in, and if they took a book, they could like sit and read it. But logistics wise, what do you guys think? Please tell me.
I was definitely thinking of like seating for a table like this. And then having additional stools so it's a bit more flexible where people
Yeah.
I think lots of plants. Like if you can put a little cushion here or something, I feel like it makes it more inviting and intentional that I want you to sit down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even think about the table. You can maybe, have like a nice tablecloth, just like a green tablecloth or something really nice that complements the fruit color scheme here. Also, I like putting like little things like some rocks and maybe like a vase in the middle. It's like that's how it works. And ask a friend who's like, I don't know, maybe floral ranger or something. Maybe like a branch just like this comes out of there and something like that.
Install hanging plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put in a fabric screen print somewhere, sort of similar to the fabric book that's on the table, but like longer on the window in gradex, hopefully. Yeah. But for the kit, I wanted to specifically present the press and all of its working.
It would be nice maybe to have like a bookshelf, like maybe like just like mounted to like a tiny one. Like, you know those community bookshelves? Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can like actually open it and like take one out.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like it's like you're creating this like library space, so you want it to like be able to.
Yeah.
Are the nails like final or like they're just?
No, the shelves are fine. The shelves are not being those are done, but the nails are not final, so I'm open to placements and everything.
If you had like that branch sticking out, maybe you could like hang these off of the branches.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like for the theme, maybe it feels like a bit more structured, which I'm not. Yeah.
like I think what is the balance of like how important is it feeling like natural and organic versus someone understanding understanding the didactic text and connecting them to the artifacts? Do you have a strong way one way or another?
No.
Okay. Because I think like one point right now, I find like whenever there's like a table display with a lot of like multi-page like printed matter,
Yeah.
it always feels very precious and hard to engage with, especially in like opening night of gradex.
Yeah.
I think at least for the opening night, you might have to sacrifice the like bounty of the table and how like nicely it's presented.
Okay.
Because it could be nice to just have like a really nice wall display that the didactics are clearly associated with each artifact.
Okay.
You could have like a closed and open version next to it to show what it is. And then the table could be more straightforward in like, this is a pile of each of the books for you to take and sit and read, is my initial thinking.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. There's gonna be lots of people.
Yeah. Because I think like, especially the recording fold is so nice to see it that way, but it's always hard to like engage with it necessarily. I wonder if there is a way to like show it on the wall where it's very clear like what you can and can't touch. Because I think that might also help with some heartbreak depending on like what happens during the night as well. You know, obviously with the structure you can bring in like softer materials that feel more natural and everything too, but just thinking about ways to make it feel less precious and really encourage people to dive in and just like dig in and grab something to read it.
What do you think of maybe putting the title here? It's like a vinyl.
Yeah, so vinyl is a big thing I was considering. It's just I wasn't gonna get it done in time. And I've never installed it before, so I was like, yeah, but
I think it'll ground it really nicely.
Yeah.
So that we can, just like it becomes like this full experience, and I feel like it's a nice preface of what this thing is all about.
yeah.
I mean, in terms of materials too, maybe even like a big like title somewhere to ground us as things, but maybe even instead of vinyl, do you have access to screen printing right now? You could even just screen print on a beautiful like organic textured piece of paper if you want to help like re-emphasize that idea of the materials without necessarily needing to introduce
a new material in there.
Yeah, that like start to interrupt or distract from the actual like experience of engaging.
Yeah, I like how much time. Sorry. Okay. I like the idea of like maybe on the second and third day. I really want people to be. And I think in the last pit, Ali was saying that the books are a bit small in size for people to have like immediate reading capability. So I was thinking of the space as like somewhere which would be a bit more like it is also like a corner in the wall, so it would be more private. Yeah, I don't want it to feel like a museum.
One part I was thinking about these like sort of like grain didactics that you have, that are almost they're almost like a common thread that's happening throughout your entire displays. It's green, and if you see the green, you know to read it.
Yeah.
I like it on the wall, but it's kind of difficult to read, and you have a lot of like beautiful writing in these didactics themselves.
It's too small.
It's a little small, but I can imagine these almost like you have them in a way where these could easily poke out like this and maybe be smaller. And maybe they're like maybe they're like a bookmark, and certain ones or maybe all of them have like this peeking out, and then in each one you see the green and you know to read it.
Okay.
Yeah. That could also be a way to present these didactics because they're like pieces of writing as well, and this is also part of the reading experience.
Yeah, like I said before, like the more you have them read, the better.
Yeah.
Because like so that like each piece has its own space, like they take space and it's good that you see it now. It's like, oh, there's a lot of like different things, but then like once again, like how you make it free.
Yeah.
Like the plants, like make it free.
1 minute left, so if anyone has any closing comments for Sanchari, or if you have one last question or anything.
No, I have no questions. Thank you for all the lovely advice and critiques, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Sanchari.
All right.
So we're moving on to our final presentation, which is my presentation. Yes, so I'll also join in my work. I'm going to start with like a mini half presentation for context, because there's not a lot to sort of tell you about what I've been doing. It's sort of hard to read just based on the artifacts on the table. For the past, I'll say a month, I've been having fun in the wood shop. I've been making tables, multiple tables, a lot of tables, displaying work. It all sort of started when I was making these didactics for another class, while also making pamphlets for this studio, and realizing that there are a lot of bits of design that go around design that I like really enjoyed doing. So it started with didactics and this thought of like exhibition as something that could be my topic. Yes, so what I started to do was run these snap exhibits, which are these really quick and dirty exhibitions. They're just these quick gestures where I collect items or collaborate with people or make small things and throw them on a table that I made and put a poster beside it and have that be almost like an exhibition. Mostly I have a lot of
questions about my work. I really want, or what I really want from this presentation, I guess, is direction on what is, first of all, unclear. I know there's a lot that's unclear, but maybe what can make it clear, and perhaps how I can push this project even further. Because because it's about exhibition, a lot of my thinking is about this room on the 5 days that gradex happens. So like you might notice that like everyone has like a proper tabletop as opposed to the tabletops we're given. Or bits that would make this entire room perhaps also part of my project. Exhibition pieces as well. Yeah, so questions mostly.
Do we come look?
Yeah, you guys can come look, of course.
How long is this book? I feel like you should talk about this a little bit, like years ago. It's such a wonderful book.
Yeah, so this is like documentation for conferences I run. Every time I do one, I print out one of these posters that is sort of filled out in ad-lib style, so it always has the same logic to the sentence. Which you can see here, this table for number down for the duration of number on date, Sunday at time. And every single one of these exhibitions has like this logic that it follows. And this is the size that the posters are printed at and hung up. And so I wanted this book to document both like the exhibitions themselves, but also the design piece at the proper scale. So I was like, that means I have to print at each page has to be 18 by 24, and that means it has to be wide format, and that means it needs to be double-sided, which is impossible. So I ended up doing French folds for this massive book, and it's like probably like 350 inches long. And then you just fold it and fold it and fold it and then trim it down once. And that's how you can fit it in the trim. Yeah. That's what this book is about, at least.
Can I just keep looking through this?
Yeah.
Because I think also, if anyone has ever come into the thesis room, the graphic design thesis room 600, you would see the kind of abundance of these posters on the wall. And I think what's really awesome about them, you can see in some of the photos, is like the nature of this being so snap and like that, we can't, when we're doing these at like, the finest hours of like 1 a.m. 24-hour access, like they're printed as like in the ways that we have possible, like with the like ledger size, like 11 by 17 tiled together, and then in this format they're so clean and beautiful, and it's like the true like kind of way that they're meant to be.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I just might come off as blunt. Like, I saw, like, I was kind of like a hole in the wall during this whole thesis, independent thesis thing. And just, like, you have done so much work, so much dedication. Like, for the past few months, you've just been obsessed with this new craft of, like, wood and, like, working with, like, perfecting woodworking, and your craft is immaculate in that sense with woodworking or design. And I just feel like all of that like process, I can't really see it here. Or all of that work and effort and time you spent, like it's not that it should show or not that it should be on this table, but I think that there's something lost that can be reconciled maybe for gradex for your presentation.
Yeah.
And I don't exactly know what that would look like, but I think you're the only one who can figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and everyone who was with you in this thesis thing, because all of you were there together, and as far as I can recall, you were always not leading it, but you were like initiating more like things, and you were, you know, kind of being this like leader when there's no leader. You know what I mean? So I think, yeah, in that sense, I think there's like something that you can do that will truly like show that.
Yeah, I feel like I also should preface my presentation part of this with like because I realize now that you guys don't know this, but in actual gradex, this is not my spot. There are 2 other people who will be taking this spot, but for the sake of this presentation, I'm here. The reason why there's nothing on the wall is because during gradex, it's sort of in the middle of the room, floating, like no wall kind of situation. So all of my work is just displayed on the tables. And the idea for the center of the room is that one of them is going to be my table, which would probably be this table. And then there's another identical table to this one that's like across from it almost. So they're sitting like this. Or maybe, yeah, so imagine the tables are like this. And they're exactly the same. One of them, the idea is that I present my work on it. And then the other one, I don't think we've decided yet. The idea was sort of to have it be documentation of anti-thesis stuff perhaps, or like bits from our crits, photos maybe, nothing like insane, but also in the center of the room, kind of together. And then, yeah, so just imagine that like there's like a whole other table that looks exactly like this one, and instead of being against the wall, it's the center of the room. And yeah, like whatever's going on that table sort of hasn't been made and hasn't decided yet. So like maybe that's where some of those pieces you were talking about could go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is logistically possible, but I think it would be so fun if you could stand the table like on its side and almost use it as both a message board to display some of the work you're talking about, but also could like highlight the tableness, or people would be like, wow, that's a table that someone made, versus thinking of it as like kind of a display or like something more mundane. I think that could be really like eye-catching in the middle of a room.
Like use the table as like almost like a graphic piece, like somehow like add some sort of element onto the table.
And like make it tall, like stand up tall ways. I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah.
And maybe that even means like in the most subtle version of that idea, that could mean like having a didactic for the table itself. Yeah, that it's like where it's like like all these little pieces have a little didactic or like a little sticker or something, to kind of indicate like this is one of the artifacts that were made, and then the table would get that same thing, and they would be on all of them, like all the tabletops that are used by all of us, that like it would have like a little thing, that has just the indicator that like this is this underlying project that is kind of expanding throughout this entire room, like not just on this, like 2 tables in the center, right? So so maybe that means like again, like in its smallest or most subtle form, like a little sticker or something here. Maybe it means like, I don't know, something like if all of the didactics are kind of standing at a certain angle in front of the work, maybe you put one like right here and it's kind of awkward or something, but like maybe slightly bigger. But anyway, like a something to kind of maintain that, like this as a graphic thing, and it's a work in itself, not just the vessel that displays.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like this whole table and everything on it needs some sort of like, it needs something to like center it and like maybe guide you through it. And like I've been saying this like kind of throughout my whole project. It's like if my thesis goes well, you won't even notice it. So that is sort of a pro and a con. Yeah, it's like this table just sitting here, no one notices the table because it's just a table. They don't really know that I made a table and so I did all this work to make the tables, I guess. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to like put a stamp on every table? That way, if you come into the room, you understand because you're all related, and then it all comes back to you. And so it's like I feel like you get to see the personal connections you have between everyone as well. Like I don't know if that's like something would be interesting.
No, yeah, that's actually a really
Or
good
like
idea.
engraving even.
Just like you were saying, like almost like a didactic would be in its most subtle form, like just something that maybe like a little graphic piece, it could even just be like a shape, or like one word that sort of redirects you back here almost, or I guess in the center of the room.
Yeah, I think it's interesting once you realize that it's all connected in a sense. So it's like I feel like you can walk around and as you start to get this notion, like, oh wait, is this the same? Like, who made this? I feel like it's gonna generate a lot of interest for like not only you but everybody. I think as a whole, it makes everybody presenting stronger. Something like that.
Yeah. I was thinking about like having that sort of context be in some sort of takeaway so that you can hold it while you're walking around the room and not only be able to read it or understand it while you're like physically standing in the middle of the room or only at the table. Maybe, yeah, it's like a postcard size with enough information to have you realize that. Yeah.
I think like the mix of being able to see little ways that like having a very strict type treatment throughout all your ephemera and your didactics and having that be that sort of stamp, whether it's an actual stamp or like a card or whatever it is, you sprinkle throughout would be great. And then having like almost like an exhibition gallery where it's almost like a like try and find what it is that Celine made and everybody's thing would be great. I especially love this like fill in the blank like format that you have for all these displays. Did you make all the pieces for everybody's exhibition works or no?
Not all of them. Okay. Like Audio went crazy in the workshop in his own right, and so did they here. They drew diagrams. It's more so just like tabletops I've been thinking about. Like where everyone's work is situated in the room.
Because
On the tables.
subtle things that kind of like you have all these threads and they kind of just need to come into like a brain routine. Like you know, like I feel like you're such a curator. Like a lot of what your work is like curatorial and like environment based. So maybe like the fact that you guys are together in this room, this like exhibition, that could be where like that could be the thing. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I do think it has to be subtle though, because I think it kind of, in a sense, I feel like it blows my mind to think it's all connected. Like I want to be able to realize that on my own.
Yeah.
When I walk into the room, I slowly gather that idea, because then I feel like it makes me like more interested in everything else around me as well. Personally, that's how I want to feel. I don't know if that's what you want, but to me that seems really interesting. To have the person observe that slowly.
And realize,
I think the bluntness of the format that you have in fill in the blanks could be the format that like distinguishes your like didactics, like breaking out of the mold of what an expected didactic is. That can also help to separate your information from the rest of the exhibitor's information as well, especially if you do want to go with the idea of sprinkling it throughout the space to market each item that you helped to curate.
Yeah, I feel like we've all been so focused on like what is going on our individual tables that like now that we put it all together in a room, it's like okay, so now it's not just our own individual tables, it's a whole room of us, and we have to start like thinking in the room headspace. Like it's everyone's who walks in and always sees them all sort of at once, and there's like a bit of curation or like design that can happen there as well.
And there's also the A-frame too.
Oh yeah. There's also the A-frame outside the door. That was perhaps my first gesture, was making an A-frame out of wood. It seemed like in an easy enough first project. Yeah, that was like my first wood endeavor. I guess like in the case of like making like the little satellite didactics, one would like exist on that one as well, whether it be like a sticker or a stamp or like yeah, it would also be on the frame. Because I imagine it won't be inside the room, it would probably be outside the room. Or if it can't be outside the room, then somewhere right where it's obvious inside the room.
Do you have any questions? Otherwise, I'm here.
I'm thinking about, yeah, like maybe more room-based design ideas. Like, even though I won't have my wall, there's also like still wall space that I can sort of subtly have something on, like above the door, above that door, maybe like around the windows, like maybe vinyl, maybe it's like a card. I'm also thinking about that. If anyone has any suggestions for like design pieces that might help them understand my project more, or
I think having some big sort of introductory title or some design thing to hang, or as in to hang, because I think having the middle space is interesting, where you have this like vertical space in the middle of the room. That could be interesting too. So like whether it's like a wooden board or like a piece of paper that's very in line with the materials that you're using, that can just have like title or summary of the purposes, because then that also grounds your two tables in the middle as like its own exhibition, rather than just like a display table or like a reading table that's just sensitivity of some sort.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I was actually thinking of a similar thing. I just thought it's like two of them next to each other, but second table, I don't know, maybe like what she said, like you can do upside down. And then the ones that are supposed to go on the second table, the prints can be like hanging, and the other ones still like on the table, but they're like kind of completely each other, opposite ways.
Okay, I see.
Also, I think because you don't have wall space, I think it works better for you. Because then you're just looking at the table.
Right, yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. I have a lot to think about. And I think my time is up as well. So thank you for all your feedback. So now we have a bit of time set aside for like general discussion.
Yeah.
Closing remarks / discussion.
I was thinking, because we do have the room drawing of the gradex room, would it be worth it to kind of go over and like maybe project that possible, and then like talk about the sort of other elements? Like it kind of dawned on me when we were at Sanchari's table, this discussion of like kind of like the logistic things, like the preciousness of certain books, and then also the fact that, we've been told by multiple professors also that, to be careful because people might steal things and like little things like that. So maybe,
do you want me to project it?
Yeah, maybe it would be worth it. Because something I wanted, or like an idea that we had relative to that was the center plinth with like all the takeaway things. Right. For example. So yeah, I think that would be good to look at.
Yeah, okay, so this is the actual gradex room layout for reference. So that's like, that corner is the entrance, that's the door there. And then you'll see that we have some other people. We have Kaylee, Olivia M, and Sophia, who are also in our room with us, presenting their gratis projects. So it's not just us in the room. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Yeah, and then we sort of have this like center situation with my project where both of them are labeled as mine, but like not sure whether both of them will be my work entirely. Just both tables I've made, and then the square and a rectangle are both plinths.
Yeah, and I guess a bit more context also for the takeaway plinth. That was kind of our idea, because we were thinking a lot of us obviously have publications, we have things that we want people to interact with, but obviously we don't want them to take it or have the impression that it's to take, especially if it's in multiples or something. So we were thinking the takeaway plinth, which would be for all of us in the room, not just our cohort per se, so including Kaylee and Olivia and Sophia. That would be the place for like the business cards, the postcards, like, you know, whatever things we do want people to take with them. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, any thoughts about that? Those type of things, perhaps like little things to keep in mind of for gradex as well, just generally, like knowing the volume of people that are going to be moving through, things to look out for. I don't know, past experiences from the graduates. Yeah.
I mean, we had one incident where Roddy's book got stolen, and it took us like until the end of the day to realize it, honestly. But so.
Did she quickly reproduce it?
No, it was one of a kind book too.
No.
That's hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how else is it to be able to present but not?
I mean, honestly, the painful part of it is you gotta just stand next to your stand up all day long, which is the part that sucks about gradex, especially the first night. It's gonna be insane. But yeah, people just don't sit when you're next to your work. It's the only solution to it. Otherwise, it's a trouble. I'm not really sure how you guys can avoid that, honestly. But I think maybe like by really directing that attention to the center for stuff to grab, maybe people won't even have to consider it necessary. But I don't think it will be a huge issue.
I think you have to unlink it with Celine's stuff though. Because I think if it's like right mixed in with all your stuff, your stuff gets.
Yeah, okay.
It's true. Yeah, exactly.
I think we should like put vinyl on the plinth that says takeaway.
Yeah, something to like be like, this is, please take these things. And anything else.
I mean, the way you can create caution is put out signs everywhere, even at the entrance and stuff like that. It's true.
Saying don't make it.
Basically. Yeah, I don't
In
know.
photo, people nail the books on the tables and stuff.
Yeah. Because otherwise, I mean, some other ideas we had were, you know, kind of like vinyl clear cases essentially that you would kind of put over. That would kind of give a very like kind of museum or gallery type of display. It's inaccessible, but at least it's kind of protected. You know, to kind of have like a vinyl prism that is see-through over the book that you don't want stolen or the thing you don't want stolen. There was also an exhibition at Daniels, the School of Architecture at UFT, where they had these kind of incisions made in the table where they kind of looped thread through the underside of it and then back down, and then that thread kind of held the book in place, so you could still flip through it, but it was kind of stuck there. So yeah, maybe
as we just did.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, maybe like a clear acrylic panel, and if you have multiple books, the ones that you want to interact, you can put on top of it. Which I'm pretty sure you can get it cut at XFAB with the laser cutter or something. Even like you can even, because I remember I showed me a picture of the other table that you did selling, like it was partially, it was under acrylic.
Yeah.
Or was it glass? Or like maybe for people who have lots of like print material, you can dedicate some space in your, on top of your table to go underneath that acrylic, indicating do not touch in a way. And the stuff that you want people to interact, you can sort of like put it on the side, dividing up your table.
It's a good protective measure, but it also feels a little bit like a shame to interrupt the like materials.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might be like, I think the like chaining down, whether it's like with a thread or something, for like the most precious one of a kind handmade books can be a nice solution. And then for the smaller ones, like if it's like, you know, some charity stuff with like a reading table, I think you'll have to just monitor closely and take a risk for people to be able to like actually have the reading experience.
You could also guilt trip them. Like sometimes Alexandra has like, when she puts her food in the fridge, in the community fridge, she'll put a note on it that says, please don't steal him, but a poor boy. Oh, you're a poor boy. I'll take it.
No, that's true. Yeah, I think that works.
I guess like in terms of collective ephemera, whether we should have any at all, like keeping in mind that this is also like shared with other people who are not part of our antithesis. It's like we didn't really want to like take over the space in that way, which is why like it's still up in the air what the second table is going to be for, whether that's like more of my own project or more like display of collective things or like maybe process work of the independent workshop that's happening. Like, is that something that you think is like worth showing at gradex?
I think it's a nice story to know that you guys did this. I mean, in some form or some way. I think like depending on like what the actual like artifact ends up being, if it's something that's like heavily designed by you, Celine, which you've done for like previous sort of like exhibitions, then I think that makes sense to include as part of like your tables directly. I mean, I think it gets complicated if there are other people who are not part of it in the room to have like a standalone plinth in the middle of the room that represents only part of the people, but it does feel like a worthwhile story to like have people understand the link between everything.
Yeah, I guess that's something we'll have to like plan and think about.
And actually, yeah, I do like that suggestion that perhaps it should go on Celine's table because, yeah, I guess just kind of more broadly, as a sort of studio, we have been, of course, like documenting. You know, we had 2 guest critiques last term. This term we had one earlier, and then this one, and you know, all of the little meetups, the sort of adventures, like digressions, like amongst ourselves, the ways in which our projects overlapped, and how we kind of informed each other's projects and shifted their directions, and all of that is such a sort of beautiful, elaborate web. We know for sure that we would like to kind of collectively work on like a catalog after the term. You know, once we've had some time to rest and sleep, and also to like once, you know, there's kind of the thing, like all the documentation, and then now we can work on the design thing. But anyway, yeah, but generally speaking, I think that's kind of our biggest concern as well. Like for gradex per se, you know, we were thinking one of the tables in the center to have, you know, photos of us, of, you know, our projects, again, like the sort of moments where we overlap, some sort of like things like this, right? Like this sort of artifacts of the studio existing in this way. But yeah, that's the thing. Of course, we don't want to be, how do you say, like disrespectful or kind of awkward in that way, where it's like the room is overly curated to only us and not the other people who are also in the room. So, but I think if it were to go on Celine's table, then again, perhaps that would be the way to kind of show, like, there's these tabletops that are shared by so many people in this room, and otherwise, it's kind of more subtle, but it's still like, documentation of this thing that still exists in the room, and people can still look through it and know, like, oh, okay, so these people worked in this way throughout the year. But it wouldn't be like, I don't know, I guess, like rude, because obviously we don't want to be kind of out of line and exclusionary or something, right? Take up too much space in the room for that. But I don't know. I
think it might shake down depending on just like, Celine, do you want to design? Because then I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that I could totally do it. There's like parts of my own project that I want to push more anyways, and this could just be one of the things that I work on for the next few weeks before gradex comes up. And I guess now that like the term is pretty much over, we'll all have more time to like collectively like discuss and like poke each other and be like, okay, think about this. What about this on this table? Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it's a good idea. It's a pretty good workaround in terms of not having just a table dedicated to only a few of us. Perhaps it's part of my project, and it's like labor that I put into it that I show as my own work.
Because I think that also centers your table a bit more too. The breadth.
Oh, so sorry. No, because I was just thinking, like, maybe then, because it's also like, logistically speaking, it's like, we obviously wouldn't want to put all that labor onto you, right? Like in these last few weeks. But then it kind of hit me like, well, something that you can do in line with your project is have, like, I don't know, maybe one of the tables goes in line with those exhibitions, those SNAP exhibitions, where you have a poster that says, this table exhibits such and such amounts of artifacts created by Alexander Monte, Celine Fu, Centauri Day, throughout the 2025 to 2026 academic year.
Oh, yeah.
So then it's like, it's still in line with your project, so it still is like in your dedicated space, but it's like a way to still share those artifacts.
Yeah, like.
And it's also not like an egregious amount of like labor for you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would have to be put on your shoulders or something. And
So then it's like an exhibition within the exhibition that is gradex, that's sort of running with gradex as gradex is happening.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know. Maybe that could be. And then again, because then the presentation of it wouldn't have to be, something that is too demanding from you. Like, it would just be the curation of, again, like a bunch of these artifacts, the brochures, photographs that are printed, and then that could have the acrylic top on top, and it's kind of like really nice set on the table surface itself.
Yeah.
I think that could be nice.
That could be nice. That could be nice.
I love the title of like how exactly how you said it, like the blend, like very straightforward wording that you had from the rest of it too. I feel like that's like also a really great rounding way to always make it feel like, okay, this is part of Celine's work.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
And then perhaps in that way it wouldn't be too long.
Yes.
In terms of like,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can wrap up now. It's 8.
Yes.
Thank you all for coming, and watching our presentations and participating and discussing and helping us ideate. It's really so great, and yeah.
Please come to actual gradex so you can see the activity.
We already lived through it,
But yeah, I also want to say thank you. Like, this is not for credit, not for school, for anything. It's kind of like we're doing it for the love of the game. So we really appreciate everyone taking like the time out of your day to come for like so long. Like it's a big ask to ask people to come, take time out of their day to come and see like what we have to say. And it's really nice that everyone did take that time and give everyone so much grace and respected like everyone's time. So yeah, also just want to say thank you. And yeah, I mean, we're all around. If people have any lingering thoughts and stuff, feel free to like talk to any of us. Maybe I guess if you have like the little slips of paper that I don't know if they're individually, you can give out to people. If not, maybe you just put them like on a pile here, and we'll kind of like look through them in the coming days. But yeah, thanks guys.
That's exactly what I feel. Like all like every this whole piece of like but also they are you. You know what I mean? So like that, exactly. And so like it's like I think that is more yeah, and I'm
I was there, but they had
How long have you been looking at yourself? Oh shit, one of my boxes dogs extended. Wow.
Uh-oh. Wait.
You'll be there soon, Jose.
Are you going to be making
Switch through my scenes. I think so. I think so. I really like the idea of making like a weird, like off-roading office like different parts of this office.
I was so
Okay, that's my favorite. So I'm not going to give it to anyone else because I have those are all like
this beautiful the carbon wash. I'm here to
could be like that. It could be like you spend the time to like different smart is which we have access to.
I kind of like have that.
My work kind of becomes like how
They're crazy with this.
like what interventions are bring into it that still maintains student like and the intervention so lit.
I keep saying this, but I love the language that you're using for these poster things. So like, I don't know, like that's like such a nice like. It just distinctly adds a flavor to everything. Yeah. Doesn't give it much.
This is sort of just manifested in mastermind. Like,
well, no, like you can develop like things and it's just like I think the display for gradex manifests in the last month. That's true. It's the time when you finally can like breathe, be like, okay, let me stop making and actually take a step back to see like how will I introduce this to somebody who's actually
suggested that it's like 4 hours. Like maybe I'm like kind of thinking about ways to like really do it, and like commit to it a little harder than just in this one piece. If this is like a thing where it's like grounding, like this language and this like design system, then I would change like where does it go? Oh, and then it's like
and I think even like your signage or whatever it ends up being should be like this is an exhibition with whatever materials by like everything should be that language because then it's like so clear and I think there's like such a fundamental exception to like having this like practical way of talking about things that's like so straightforward and like calls out the weird details that only you would know because like you put the screws into the table and all that stuff. Like I'm imagining like 2 tables. Because I think the stickers or whatever that because then I think if you just hang like how good if we're like stop at about like 6 feet tall and just hang so that people can look up and read it and have like the big like the same type size even bigger than like what you have in posters that just sells you exactly what's on this table when you're standing on this side and what's on the other table you're standing on. Maybe it's not that high, maybe it does come to like eye level-ish, the bottom of the sheet, so that there's a better division so you know sides. Because I do like the idea of like 2 tables, like one is more for like sensory and type pieces, and one is for like overall the tables for Yes, I mean, in the middle, you can even decide the position of your table based off like where you can lay the meat. Yeah, it's like always so either the tables are like this, based off which whatever makes the most sense. Maybe something to like open up because in the last few years it's sad. So now that you finally have like open anywhere to display all the other shitty logic cuts and everything, now there's like I think like 15 plus pictures. Okay, so there's still it's
Where does it go? Like maybe just like I feel like it has to be smaller than this almost, as to not disturb. But like
yes, like half the size of this.
Yeah.
And I'm curious too, like instead of I know you have this format they've been using throughout the year. What if it becomes centered? Like you're
right? Like maybe it centers itself
in the same font.
Yeah. I think I do need to like rethink like my didactic logic if I have such logical posters and like everything needs to follow a logic.
And I think the posters like really feel like they're it.
Yeah.
So if you like do an unconventional didactic, I think that's
like the Mad Libs didactic or something. Perhaps, yeah. I know, like it's like you have room layout and then maybe on it kind of like what I presented earlier where it's like each table
and then you can have small thumbnails with the objects and then the didactic description. The same in the same format. Like maybe you do like maybe it's 2 columns and then you do like a weird centered type in the second column. I don't know what it would be necessarily, but like I think little thumbnails, even just like taking photos of your phone like the day before when everything's or like whatever you have it set up by for like external stuff.
Yeah, I think ways to like
So it's not a matter of like, you can say you're so then like, and also back to so like that first paragraph, if it doesn't say anything, but it sets up the key, okay, I'm gonna do how does that but they're not like organizations change. But they would be interesting to like look at like, well, like, do I need to describe what I'm trying to do? Like, imagine a space that is like
That's what Jared is today.
I still think the exhibition, you still have to somehow explain it that we need to which takes away from do you want your full word using gradex, or do you want
inviting you to take it out. The board of trustees to get that idea for sure. Maybe extra work now, like I do this. Yes. You don't have to. It's already like. better planning to present. No, this is okay. I mean, I feel like sort of like stupid, but a way to combine feedback. Say something that only is purpose or something like that. I actually you only get it if you think was justified.
choose the right wood and the right lighting usage, the right framing, time of day, or like shoot every single picture so that you can turn it into a deck for your then catalog maybe you can use one thing that can be
or you can use the metaphor of that.
can be disseminated and sent to you.
Random objects exist.
I don't know, they know what you were time.
If you want the space to look undesigned, like you need to put this away. Like otherwise, like it looks curated. Like maybe you can have like your blouse outside, this outside, and the tools outside, but everything outside. And like just like older components, but then it's fast. Yeah, then that's sort of
Yes, I am.
Sense of minimizing interaction. Because music is separate from the table. Like, feels like there's nothing to be here. So like, if you then that would like bring attention to that. But right now, music is too separate from each other. So like, the tables, like, it's not context. Yes, exactly. The table is like, but it takes yeah, exactly.
No, it's good. I think I just again, just the musings of like a passive intro. But I noticed one of the all sorts of like cultures I think you should always be here explaining so confusing to me. And so, like this often having this kind of microscopic really gives off a research. And the first thing
I mixed up all of my instruments, and I named it all at this time dash and it's
but then like drawing it's sort of like draws the reality down to like its finest observable point and seeing it real. And that's
Honestly, if you tell me more about the idea, the more I contemplate the idea. But like it's made up inside. I feel like
exactly.
It's just like stacks of
I don't know, I feel like this would be a really cool way to express this. Or something
binding is too much
because in my relationship with like
that's why I started by saying maybe I know what you're
that's my first
highly enhanced observation on like a biological matter. It's always like
even like
really like
as simple as
like it's always starting something with it, maybe like a reaction to like wow, this is like a magnet. This aspect of it feels so unreal. And like taking that and maybe pushing it further also, I think
it's kind of about everything that feels sort of
you can't just sit down. You have this point in the
I'm imagining like you have a room divider. Once you like use it as a room divider, like already you have two rooms and then I don't mind having the like thing to like display. Maybe the inside you can like put like maybe it's green. That's why I know I'm like I still like the idea of no I like a tiny iron wire of like the wall here that has the heat of the inside because then like the computer monitor is I don't know, whenever I see computer monitor I see keyboard and a mouse. I don't know if it types anything. So I don't know if how like what's your like
I'm getting into it.
I even non parts. I think you can make a very easy like interactive thing with like any key you literally types out a determined letter. Or you like move the keyboard down, the mouse is moving. I know the keyboard. It's like a cardboard, like a really nice keyboard. Or the mouse, you can probably and then otherwise I think like if the keyboard's in front of the mouse, because then on these white walls, that's when you can just but it would be nice to like have it like a mug filled with like green colors. Like I think like blue that and they're like posted on like I think the main thing to resolve is like how you're going to I think it depends on the elements to get it. I always find like something I know it feels nice, but do you like fake it a bit and like something and that's
door, like it's door brings the down as well. And then maybe then with the photos itself, and it's just the sheet of paper, and then that changes the format a lot. But like other than that, like it could be like a wall thing that has like staples, like I did a search staples to see if they have something like that. I just saw older and wall folder like here or whatever. I think it's a better thing to probably find out. Yeah, because then you can have some of the walls. Some of these open on the table. I was gonna ask.
Another idea I was thinking about like this project that we got is like all the other
something that looks squishy.
How everything is true at the same time.
Right.
It was like,
But unpacking that
and
and if you like nothing with actually own it, unpacking it. I think this is the actual. The metadata.
In the midst of working on and
solid. This is the
the actual the archive like system. You know what I mean? Because it's a really elaborate system of like a certain scaffolding workshop. Series and they take sub-series and they show, so that's kind of like the way that the things are.
It's how I so much like this is the overall connection. I but also like
like if we're still like recovering from modern, it's just kind of like that's not a good thing to have. Go too far the other way. Partially balance comes from just calling it like buying a machine like this.
It's almost like we were talking about the remix, right? Like the design of the thing.
But also like a certain amount of like
it's kind of difficult to analyze. Yeah, it's just like, it does make sense.
You kind of have to turn yourself into
But I think what we need is like, just nudge people to open it.
I'm curious, like, I'm asking because I know so like, how do you know that I want to find Alex is producing a huge output? How do you know which cabinet to look at?
So yeah, they have like, it's mostly, digital math. So you kind of put in like certain keywords that I would find, like, that item is, and then if you show you the scaffolding, like it's like Alex's work made in December, made in CAD, made with this dimensions or materials, and then that gives you a code, and then all of those
it's a process that
and then
makes
there's a sort of like organization space.
Which in a lot of ways is like
If you make like when you put it display in a code, I would be cool. Like, you guys get a receiver into like something nice to start the interaction in a way.
I kind of I agree, which is like,
or that's the case of
it does kind of totally get information in the book, but it's still, yeah, kind of like within the logic, the things themselves, like for sure.
There's so many.
Yeah.
I'm so sad this is like,
I think like it's one thing that I want to say is that I want you to put on the list as well. Yeah. But also there's like certain details or non-spend the next
It does, but I think I'm trying to pull out here is like
system because this will have a life after that. You can always find a better
so it's like if you're
gradex. So my finding
especially with yours, it's like before we do the imagine,
but also gradex and like still finding ways to find this way out.
and then you can say, what's it for? And then you can do your problem. If you just show me slow enough, it's like you like a bunch of
But I think
so for you, it's like, so probably
even that index organization system, maybe it's not the final one that makes the most sense and is the most satisfying to you. Maybe that's the one that has to be organized to actually teach the most sense. Yeah. Maybe the way that
something
is how you
in there like that.
That's
And so like the words there,
index
something you like,
every different display that you do of it, that's
you need to cram
that's like the most difficult topic.
But I actually, a specific example, just so you're not everything that is the potential to something. Yeah, it's like a gotcha moment at something about something or something. Not feel so appreciated. No, but you know what? I was very used to it before because isolation is so like Craig was telling me about I was so frustrated. Yeah, like I remember thinking, just like, man, how the hell am I gonna I was doing this is the project.
Because it's an exhibiting event that led to an exhibiting project. So you're talking about like project where it's like on December 12th, 2025,
but just like include there amongst other things.
And then you don't have to refigure stuff out. You're just trusting this.
With like all sorts of like because
Not entirely appropriate.
to just show this one
I think like defining your name.
it doesn't like the worst
Even at the meta level, the verb is
this
postcard
is meant to be in a room itself. What I'm saying is like the reading room of an archive is like, you know, you don't just want to buy it, they don't let you in there. They give you your things in a specific room. Yeah, and that's so to me, it's like that would be the location. Like it's installed in a room with like kind of a mundane desk. And all these things, and slowly you realize all the details of these things are carried.
Oh yeah, well, I was gonna say
Sort of thing. Anyway, so that'll be
You just have the filing cabinet on display, and you can even just very easily lock it. You can go to the bathroom in case
These are too beautifully designed.
It's too beautiful.
Too beautiful for gradex. Interesting.
I'm saying like that.
They're unbelievable. So it's that creates a whole thing. But then he has like this army of people, like, well, we found this toy car, it's like find out when it was made, who made it, like, find out other things, and then show them. And then, like, you look at the drawings, and you're like,
and then I said,
the drawings are like half baked.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking
It's a terrible feeling. I remember like every time, like so we did like presentations every time I write something. Like the first time I had to
So it is.
It's just like
on one hand celebrate and also keeping.
so that's the thing, I really do. I know that's my fault. I'm so glad I still have to and get feedback on this, even though we can get a chance.
It's a really cool idea, by the way. I think you should keep pushing it further outside of the legs, which will provide you with
That's what she was going to be awesome. I think she was waiting for the semester out.
See you around.
Yeah, we were in the elevator and walking over to the she made some like this is like
What I really understood at the time, what I really started was just bringing the name.
See you later. Let's hang out.